Mic check. Oh, the music's too loud. Let me fix that. I hit that. What is going on, everybody? Blessed Eternal here. We are live here today. I haven't done the whole date thing in a while, have I? Well, I'm not doing it today. I guess you'd call it in a bit of a weird mood. I'm mentally a little unstable, little shaky. Got some weird sniffles. Don't know what that's about. And obviously getting live a little bit on the late side. Thankfully, not for any bullshittery, except for simply, you know, things. That's a nice change, I guess you'd say here. There's been, one new message. I thought I already... Oh, that's what you're referring to. Wait, what? Is this the same? Hold on. What is this? Okay, no, it's not. All right. I got confused. I got some stuff up on the marketplace for the Book of Faces. And I swear, the message I got earlier, I'm waiting for it to come back saying, you know, oh, I thought it was insert thing, not the thing that I actually said it was. So, like, for example, selling the Tomb World terrain. Terrain. Just the terrain. I have 2 sets of it. Selling the terrain. I have labeled the terrain. I have photographed the terrain. I have stated in there, it's like, oh look, I have the Tomb World box that is currently storing both kits of the terrain. Did I mention terrain? Exactly. Is this terrain? No, that's not the message I got, though. And it's like, is the Tomb World set still available? May whatever God you believe in, if you believe in one, help me. Because if they come back going, no, sorry, I thought it was the entire Tomb World set. It's like, first off, bish, it won't be sold at the price that I have currently posted on it. Because, like, don't get me wrong, the price I have posted on it, it's like, 40%, 50% off of retail. Like, the cheapest discount you will get from any official sources is 15%. And on top of that, yeah. It's funny on how that just segued there, Ima. That hurts a little. Comprehension rates, not to mention reading comprehension rates, are way down. There was a post that the local, regional, mayoral, town hall has approved, as in they have sat there, they have weighed, they have found that the argument to UBI, Universal Basic Income, might just be warranted. Maybe. Perhaps. Now, in the Discord, I hate getting political on my stream and whatnot, but it's my stream. I guess I could do whatever the hell I want, and seeing we're dealing with 40K, then, everything's a farcical situation. It's like, yep, this would fall into farcical. So, they have established that sending a formal letter to the federal government in support of UBI might just be warranted, validated. So they are doing so. And there's a post about this letter, which obviously people are discussing whether or not the UBI is beneficial. And I know you, Ima. I know your take on this before we even get there, but let's take a short walk. So, in short, the discussion is regarding minimum wage / a living wage and universal basic income. Now, they are almost exactly the same thing. If you really water it down and, take a slide of it and put it under the microscope, they're basically the same thing. Let's be honest. I know it. You know it. Anybody who actually freaking stops to think about anything beyond their own damn nose knows that a universal basic income, everybody gets the same value regardless on if you're working. This isn't social assistance. This is completely separate. Everybody gets that regardless. Versus whatever the historical living wage is, that's where the minimum wage goes to, right? Right. And I agree, minimum wage should be the living wage. According to Franklin D. Roosevelt, back in whenever the hell, I don't remember. I don't know a lot about American history and whatnot, but I know dude actually knew a thing or two, He introduced minimum wage to help push back against the fact that the working class was basically working long hours, getting pennies, literal pennies, by today's standards, pennies for their work. And he's like, no, that ain't right, yo. If a business wants to operate, they have to provide a minimum wage. Now, that was the phrasing, and the phrasing is explained further about the fact that his speech, his documentation regarding the minimum wage was contextually intended and greenlit, and this is where you Americans should be pissed off. The federal minimum wage is supposed to be a living wage. Period. Period. Now, here in Canada, it was 1918 or so, over in BC, and the minimum wage was introduced primarily to combat the fact that women and children were working long hours and getting paid less than men for the same job. Working the same hours, if not more hours, they were still getting paid less. So the minimum wage was introduced to combat that. It was the minimum wage that could be used to pay the working class, period. Now, it was stated even back then here in Canada, contrary to the US, the minimum wage was not intended to be a living wage. Okay, that's fine. That is completely okay. That is absolutely fine. It was not intended to be a living wage. Cool. Okay. And there's basically a Maple MAGA in the comments talking about on how, who's going to pay for this universal wage and enjoy your groceries when they skyrocket because nobody wants to work and so on. Now, I'm not formally educated in economics, business development, stuff like that. Nor do I claim to be. My comment on there is basically saying that UBI is the only way that living is going to continue until the wage gap gets filled between minimum wage and living wage. Absolutely nobody absolutely nobody should be capable of working full-time hours at minimum wage and not to be able to afford rent, food, utilities, and so on. It should fiscally not be possible unless you just cannot understand math. Unless you just cannot work with money. Like, you could be wasteful and it could absolutely not work. That's not the argument. Okay. And like I said, this individual, this specific one, jumped on me going, you know, enjoy your expensive groceries. And it's like, first off, where the hell in the quote free world are groceries not expensive right now? We've had situations time and time again where people are looking at what they had in their cart back as little as 2020. We're talking 5 and 6 years ago. 5 and 6 years ago. And things then cost half, if not more, well, less, I suppose, technically, if you want to be linguistically specific about it. It cost, at minimum, 50% less in 2020 versus right now. Now, we were told that due to supply chains, costs were going to increase. It was temporary. Why the hell have prices not come down? You're going to tell me that the supply chains are still a problem? I guess the Strait of Hormuz shit is currently an argument for that, right? So what's it next week? Moving on. Let's get away from the political part of that. I mentioned that there are multiple studies confirming across multiple places in the world, including the Western world, that proved that not only did UBI, on average, increase the desire to work, but it increased the economic stability. Imagine that. You're spending more money, and that's better for the economy. Oh my God. And in the few cases where it meant people worked less, the people were still working at other things, such as caregiving. You know, the shit that normally isn't paid for, but you're expected to do it because you're a good human being. That shit. Well, dude just kept going and going and going. Called me out and was like, oh, well, you know, you didn't link it because blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, bish, here you go. Here's a comprehensive study that broke down, I think it was like 18 different studies on this, and mixed it in a pot and spat out the results across like 18 studies. Evidently, it used too many big words and was too long. Because they came back with, oh, what was that? Where did it go? Oh, did he delete it? Oh, no, there it is. Basically saying that, you know, wish that there was a way that the experiment could be ran, because then I could see for myself on how it would fail in Canada. So I broke it down. I broke it down in another post as well. I haven't said it too often. From the webcam behind me, a lot of people would interpret, I live in Halifax. Halifax is a big place. It's like 500,000 people. So minimum wage is like $18.50 an hour. Now, it sounds a lot for Americans especially. Keep in mind, your dollar is different than ours, our prices are different than yours, and so on. Don't feel too, oh my god, you guys get all kinds of money. It's not the case. And I'll explain it with this. And then I'm gonna have to go to the table. That was the appropriate response, Avatar, despite the fact it was the wrong time to do it. So, if you run the assumption that you are one person making minimum wage, you know, the shit that every freaking company insists on shilling you into because you haven't worked for a fucking decade and a half with this specific location, because, you know, if you're working for Walmart and you transfer to another Walmart, more often than not, they're going to try and knock you down in pay. Unless there's some caveat stating that they can't. Moving on. On average, one person working full-time, 40 hours a week, minimum wage, in the city, after taxes, takes home around $2,400. It's a little bit more. It's like $2,450, approximately. The average studio, one room apartment, studio apartment, bachelor's apartment, costs $2,000 a month rent. It's all corporate greed. If, and that's the thing, Ima, if things like Roosevelt's thing that a company is always obligated to pay a minimum living wage, if that was held onto by the politicians, pushed through as law, kept up to date, in places of the US, for example, where Walmart, for example, is operating, in places like that, where Walmart is operating, then minimum wage would be, what? Like $15, $16 an hour for you guys, on average? And don't get me wrong, I encourage the minimum wage, the living wage that is, to be different depending on where you live. Here is the actual concept. Call me a fanatic, go ahead. Here's the thought. Let's use US, because most people are familiar with US over Canada. Let's use US as an example. If you are working in backwater frickin' North Carolina, and you're working a Walmart, because there's a Walmart on every corner of every side street of every frickin' town and city in the US. So you're working at a Walmart in backwater North Carolina. You, at that wage, should be able to be making your living wage for that backwater town. And you should be able to transfer to New York City, the heart of the Big Apple, and technically get a raise because living costs are going to be higher. But that same wage you get should be what you would be required to live in New York City. Then you move from New York City for whatever reason, you know, maybe it's too busy for you, and you move to, let's go with another backwater, let's move backwater Alabama. Backwater Bammy. You technically get a pay cut. Why? Because living wage would be different. Why is this a difficult concept for people? I mean, technically, working for 3 or 4 years and saving your extra money in New York City means you'd have extra money that you could spend on a lot more things than saving your extra money from North Carolina. Like, obviously, I understand that. And most people would understand that. And then people would want to move to the big places to work. Oh, wait, they're doing that now! Moving on. The average studio apartment is $2,000. So for one person in a one-room apartment, you are expected to pay travel, utilities, food, clothing, any healthcare not covered under Canadian healthcare, apartment insurance that more and more landlords are requiring, save for an emergency fund, all on $450 a month extra over your paycheck. So you get about $2,450. Rent is $2,000. You have $450 remaining. That's how much you're expected to live off of. Well, recent estimates of cost of living places food for one person for 1 month at $400. That means that if you ignore anything that people might try and argue is a luxury, you then would have $50 to pay for power, transportation, insurance, a phone because most employers won't hire you if they have no way to contact you. And that's if you're excluding things such as clothing yourself, an emergency savings, or anything like that. That's also forgetting the fact that in Halifax, a lot of employers are now arguing that 32 hours a week is full-time. No, not 32 and 4 days. No. You can work 6. You can work 6 days a week, every single week. And if that math adds up to 32 hours, you're full-time. Moving on. Sustainable living estimates at the income of $2,400 per month states at the high end in Canada, you should spend no more than $768 for rent out of your $2,400. That means that if you assume the same studio apartment at $2,400 a month for the rent, or for your paycheck, the rent is $2,000 a month, you can sustainably spend $768 a month for rent. That means that one-bedroom apartment, according to sustainable living, requires a minimum of 3 people sharing that one-bedroom apartment, and all of them working full-time. And this makes sense? Like, show me on the little payroll slip where these politicians have been touched badly by all of these corporations to think that they can look at that math, just that math alone, and think, no, the $18 an hour is appropriate. Cost of living in Halifax, by the way, is $27. Oh, well, why don't you move out to the outskirts and travel in, commute in? It will obviously be cheaper. Yeah, it would. It would be $25 as opposed to $27 living wage. You'd still be only getting your $18.50 an hour. And you'd be spending 200 plus a month on travel. Minimum. How are these people so stupid? Like, there are many days I wake up and I think to myself, sorry, I got distracted by a meme that works beautifully for this, but it's like, I think to myself, it's like, if I had 3 wishes, would I honestly not wish simply to be dumber? I'd be happier. I wouldn't know what the hell is going on. I wouldn't see this crap and feel so freaking plainly oppressed. I've said this to Electo. You take, for example, minimum wage. Minimum wage is designed to protect non-unionized individuals. And I'm honestly, so damned tempted to look into this. Legit. For real. I'm so tempted to look into what would be the steps required to form a universal union. Meaning, every Tim Hortons, every McDonald's, every Walmart, every single freaking place that does not have a union, you can join. And, well, blessed, what would that do? Well, for starters, unions are to fight corporations for increased wages. That's part of their jobs. You want to know what also works really well? And I will say the quiet part loud. I will say this. Let me go over here. Let me just. It's just me. Shh. You want to know the best part? Because somebody out there is laughing. Somebody out there is going, okay, you get every single part-time and full-time person, anybody who is not in a union, to join this universal union, all with the intent to fight every single one of these businesses, all for better wages. Oh, you will never have any time to yourself. You'll be on the phone to Walmart. You'll be on the phone to, Tim Hortons, McDonald's, all of these different individual owners. That's where you're wrong. Let me just pull this in right here. This is what you do. You listening? You listening real good? Mm-hmm. Here, actually, let me. Let me move the mic a little bit. Here, this is what you do. You unionize everybody under one banner. You make it so that every single person that doesn't have a voice right now, every single person under the thumb of all of these fucking idiots, all have one voice. And you know what that voice does? You know what you do? strike. Every single part-time and full-time person, every gas station attendant, every grocery store clerk, every stockroom filler, every McDonald's worker, every coffee shop worker, every single minimum wage employee stays home. You tell me, as you're out there cackling, as you're out there laughing, as you're out there going, who the hell has the time to go to all these businesses and demand a working wage? No. You don't go to the businesses. You go to the government. And you tell me, between the corporate fucking shills in the government, between all of the boardroom members putting pressure on the government, you tell me, aside from a forced get back to work order, which would be very bad for a government to do on that scale, if every single, take for example, during COVID, every single job that was labeled emergency service, you are essential service. My mistake. Essential service. You are essential in keeping the economy running. Where are these people now? That's right. Hit with a pay cut. Knocked the hell down. And expected to pay for everything in an increased cost of living on the same money they were making then. So like I started, you tell me, in a situation like that, where every single person who works a minimum wage all walks off the job at the same time under the protection of a union, so you can't be fired for it, and you walk off the job all at the same time. And the thing is, you don't do it like on a Monday morning. No. You do it like on a Wednesday afternoon. Because then it's bright and forward in every freaking stuffed shirt freaking employee. It's vivid in their minds. It's like, I was able to get my coffee yesterday. Why is Starbucks closed today? Why can't I get my, grande latte with oat milk and foam? Why can't I get it? And I'm fairly certain a lot of these people who work the mailroom and stuff in a lot of these offices, they're all included in this. Fairly certain they're probably all getting minimum wage. It would be flatly and utterly nothing but economic chaos. And in any country where something like this would occur, it would be days. Days. It would be, and pardon for the noise here, it would be at most a few days for a policy to be written up involving a living wage, a universal living wage, It would be days for that policy to be written up, days for it to be cleared with such a union. Is this adequate? And it would be days total for it to be pushed through every facet of the government and to be written into law, codified. Days. We have shit now that goes years in it simply being debated by these people. And this would be resolved in a matter of days. Why? Well, you take Walmart, for example. They're claiming, record profits and so on. Well, gee, I wonder why. Prices keep going up. Labor stays the same. Where does that money go? It either goes into the pockets of the people operating Walmart, as in the owners, the boardroom members, and so on, or it goes into basically the records. This is the global value of Walmart Inc., And I don't understand. And this is the last I'm saying on it. I'm getting up off here. I'm going over to the table. I don't understand on how any politician, any business owner, any whatever can look at the situation as current and not be expecting, if I'm remembering my dates correctly, all of this to be heading toward another 1897. 1897 France, to be specific. I don't understand. Because you have the corporate machine about ready to grind itself into dust. It's going to fail. And all because of greed. "1897 France wasn't Guy Fawkes, but I approve of your knowledge there. Guy Fawkes was, I think, the 1900s, so not very far off. That was in Europe, in England. And Guy Fawkes essentially had a plan that he was going to carry out to blow up Parliament. Remember the 5th of November, the gunfire and treason and plot. And here's the thing. In a lot of places in Canada, Guy Fawkes isn't remembered as, a villain. He's remembered largely as a hero. Guy Fawkes Night, Bonfire Night. He's celebrated by people largely building huge bonfires. Essentially, what would have happened to Parliament? Huge bonfires. The last bonfire night when I lived back in Newfoundland before I moved to Nova Scotia, the last bonfire night that we had, I kid you not, the bonfire in our backyard was probably only about maybe 12 feet diameter. Probably stood a solid 12 feet before it was lit. And I kid you not, there were enough flammables in use that my father was out there all night after we were all done, after everybody, was tired and, went to bed. My father was out there all night with a garden hose on it, and it was still smoldering. in the morning. This is November. Like, we're talking cold. We're talking damp. We're talking potential snow as well. My father was out there with a garden hose, and it was still smoldering. Anyway, I gotta go over to the table, make sure things are actually working there. 1897 France involved a very large, sharp object, if that gives you any indication there, Ima. You are educated enough, I'm fairly certain. I mean, spraying the fire, obviously. Yeah. Let the good times roll. I mean, I think it started earlier, but 1897 was the big shebang. Oh, I am wrong. Like I said, if I remember correctly, it was 1897. I had the right numbers. How's that go? Numeria? I guess I have a touch of that. 1789. I had the right numbers. Dyscalculia. 1789 started it. July 14th, 1789. We're only a couple of weeks late. Let's get back to the satire. Okay, you are connected. I wasn't sure if the main mic receptor thing had timed out or not. Oh, for anybody on the West Coast, the Pacific's first Category 5 hurricane has formed. Okay. So, when I was at the computer, I heard noises like something falling. I'm gonna have to keep my ears open. Because it's like that sound, like a pencil falling off the table, that kind of sound. But there's no pencil on the table, and there's no pencil on the floor. So first things first, crackly mic? Oh no. Is it crackly here, or was it crackly just a moment ago? Why is the mic picking up so much? Hold on. What the heck? Okay, let's try that for a second. No, there's definitely some kind of noise on the mic. I'm not even needing to wait. Hold on. Mic check. Okay, so that might... We'll try this one. I've swapped which Lavalier was being used. The last couple of streams, I've been using Lavalier 2 as opposed to Lavalier 1. And I was doing it because the more you use just a single rechargeable device, the more likely you're going to have that one device fail. And the kit came with 2 Lavaliers. So, you know, forward thinking, I went, alright, let me go and start using the second mic so that I kind of normalize the way that they're being used, worn. And the batteries might last a little longer. I don't know if that one somehow didn't charge enough and maybe it's failing because crackly, or if somehow mic 2 is damaged. But that thump that is coming through, that's actually the music, and I can't turn the music down anymore on my end. I mean, I suppose I technically can. I can turn it off. So, last stream, we were mucking around with trying to glue these pieces together in such a way that it would count as like a blast shield on this. And the reason for it is because I'm gonna have so if you could see right here, come on, there we go. So you got the ridges there, that's like a plasma coil, but here I started smoothing them off. And don't get me wrong, it's smoothing decently. But I have presently like 14 of these potentially that I'd need to make. And after last stream, I don't know if it's easier doing this than it is to grind off all of those coils or not. Like, if I were to grind that entire side off, so those holes that are facing the camera right now, grind all of that, the coils, everything down, leave the handhold up at the top, leave the guard thing down at the bottom, or technically the other way around, this is the top, the other part's the bottom, and do that the same thing on the other side, I'd have obviously a lot easier time doing it. but I'd be losing a lot of detail doing that as well. And I could take a knife and I can grind off, basically shave off, those minute details. But at that point, I'm stuck asking, doing that across, like I said, 14 plus models, the largest model count that I would need to do that on would be 18. That's a lot of models to do all that grinding on. And so, like I said, this might be harder. It's like I'm trying to figure out the best way to align it so I can glue it. Because I can line it up on the bottom here. You can sort of see it. Problem is, it's not lined up on the top then. It's overlapping. So it's like multiple points of contact that I'm needing to interact with. See, I'm fairly certain I know where there's some putty. Blood said she couldn't find it last week. So let me see if I could find... Because it's like I said, I am nearly positive, and I don't know if the mic is going to go crackly or distorted in any way. Those plants still need to be watered. Damn it. Where'd it go? I didn't put it in with the Castor Farm Dreadnoughts. Damn it. Had I thought about it, this past week, when I was out places, I would have looked for some putty. But it's kind of one of those things. It's like, you know you have the putty at home. Why do you need to buy more? I don't want to do this all stream. I did this basically all last stream. That's the wrong side. Okay, so I had that a second ago. Right. So, let's pretend I had putty. If I had putty, where would I guess I'd have to stick it across the opening here. Damn it. I actually just had it lined up in a spot that looked like it was going to work. Damn it. Do I have anything I could use as a shim? Okay, if I stuck that in place. The more and more I look at it, the more and more I wonder if I should just try and shave down. God damn the amount of work that would be, though. Because I don't know of an easy way to shave that down. Even if I pull out one of the Dremels that I have, I'd still have the issues of how do I then make use of a blast shield. Probably have an easier time with this before I build this. So, for example, take the spine, take this shield piece, assemble those, then take the two of them and bind them together on the bottom. You guys could almost see that. Then I just have to slap the top shield parts on after I put the gun in place. And that ain't something that's going to be happening now. Because it's like, even if I made use of sprue goo, I don't think that would help any. So is there another way that I could do this shield? Because the original plan was for them to be used as a shoulder pad like that. Even if I were to not put the shield on this, which actually makes the most sense, because so this is intended as a, do I have, I think I had shown this on the stream at one point. Shop, 40k, Armies of the Imperium, Astra Militarum. Okay, let me put this into place so that I can read chat and whatnot, as opposed to some of the other times. Make sure the capture is Astra Militarum. Should be able to extend that a little bit, and then that's a little bit bigger too, right? So, what I'm trying to do is make it so that this armored model that I'm working on is a replacement for these. Now, these are Bullgren. They are heavier armored Ogren. They have basically a grenade launcher and a shield. Ignore this guy. Okay, grenade launcher and shield. This is the non-Bullgren. These are the Ogren. They have what's called a Ripper gun. So, what I figure is if I'm doing this where this would be a normal Cadian guard, normal human, inside a mech suit instead, making use of this as a Ripper gun, it leaves this as my only option as a grenade launcher. And it would be a matter of, okay, how do I sort the shield? Now, the thing is, I could do something like that for the shield, right? Right. Problem is, my point is this guy as is, with this gun, is going to be an Ogren, where with this gun would be the Bullgren. And that's where the shields come in. The shields are only important to the model with the grenade launcher. If I flip the shield around, it would still technically fit. It's a little more wibbly wobbly. I could probably make it where this would be assembled and the gun would slide in. If I do it backwards. Damn it, there's gotta be another way. There's gotta be another way. I keep thinking about it exactly the way that I've got the pieces currently set up. And if I use them exactly as they are, I'm limited as to what I can do with them. The most important shield, in my opinion, to make use of from the shoulder pads. Come on. Is that piece. The other side is smooth, like it doesn't really have any details on it. I'd like to make use of the spine portion, but that piece there is the most important piece to make use of here, because it has the most detail. And it's not that detail is a requirement, but the more detail you have in a situation like it, the more it's going to draw away from everything else. So if I misassemble something, the detail will pull away from it. And if I'm going to hide a seam, I'd be better off hiding the seam down below. Now, let's just hold that for a moment. Thing is, I'm pretty sure I have an extra one of these plasma guns that I could sit here and literally use a power tool on it and try to grind off all the bits. It doesn't change the fact that I still need the shield, right? Right. No, don't you rest that way. I still... Gimme. How's your healing going, by the way, Ima? Okay. Mostly back. The unfortunate thing when you're healing in any kind is balancing that point of overdoing it versus underdoing it. It's like, I don't know what I did to my foot a while back, but right on the heel, if I simply have my foot relaxed, it feels fine. If I stretch, pull my toes up, right here feels like I guess the only easy way to explain it is that it feels like there's a wound underneath the skin that's healing, and by stretching it, I'm pulling the wound open. Mind attack. Got a bunch of heads here. Should not have been over here too. 48, 49, so 46, 47, 48, 49. Unless those heads were also the ones I'd be having... Like, I'm not using these. I mean, maybe. But I didn't do anything of strain. Like, when it first flared up, I was literally just walking around, shoes on, in a business park, out in a shopping area. And just all of a sudden, oh my god, it burns. Now, I figured the shoes are in need of being replaced. I figured it was like, for example, a lot of shoes have that honeycomb texture, and basically my heel wore through, and suddenly I was feeling that, and that's what was causing the burning, the flare. But I have insoles in that now, because I haven't had the money to get the shoes, and I'm still having the same issue, which tells me that there's something else going on. And it's like, I know what most people would say with it. It's like, okay, well, stay off your feet. Let it heal. And it's like, the hell do you want me to do to stay off my feet? One, I live on the 3rd floor with no elevator. So even if there was some option of like a, what are they called? Knee scooter? For me to get around and stuff, it's like, it's not really an option with stairs, right? Don't you do it. I feel you flexing. Oh, you didn't even glue in. You didn't even bond. I mean, in that case, fine. Let me hold you here. Son of a bitch. Oh, we're going to be doing this today. Yeah, you're not doing it. It's not working. Let go. Okay. There has to be another way that I could fabricate a shield. Because it's like, I can't even argue. I'd put the shoulder pad on one side and attach it to the arm or something. It doesn't work that way. And if I don't attach it to the gun, I need to find a way to modify the gun. And as you can see from this half of the sprue, the number of spare bits are limited. I have... Let's think here. I'd need to make up to 14 shields. The only logical argument... Yeah, and, like, there's two models. on this sprue. And I can show where my brain was just going, even though I don't feel I can make it work well. Because one of the big problems that I'm going to have is the fact that right now I am bound to be playing at a Games Workshop store. So any, let's call them aftermarket bits. Like, let's say I were to find a bit on a 3D printing site that would work for the shield. I technically couldn't use it unless it was such a perfect copy of a GW piece that they wouldn't be able to tell the difference, if that makes sense. So, oh no, not... So there's a kit in Necromunda that I've been contemplating picking up to use as my Tempesta Scions, which is a different variation of my basic troop. And the Scions are basically like paratroopers. Easiest way to explain it, they're paratroopers. And I wanted to use a different style backpack so that they are more of a paratrooper than the weird, like, steampunk backwards variation that they're currently going for in the current design of them. And using other GW models to represent GW models, the only time you run into a problem with that is if you are dealing with somebody or a tournament that is not allowing proxies, or if they feel that the proxy is going to be too confusing, or, as the phrase goes, modeling for advantage. So what that means is, let's say this model stands 3 inches tall. I don't know if it does, I doubt it. Let's say you don't like this model and you want to use this one here to represent this model on the table. Well, if this model is only 2 inches tall and this one's 3 inches tall, and you don't do what is considered like a tactical rock, i.e. you have something on its base that builds it up so that it still stands about 3 inches tall, then you would be argued as you're modeling for advantage, because this one would be harder to see. Now, that's not the... Okay, so here's the gang I was looking for. And my thought is that this style armor very much gives a vibe more like a paratrooper in a sci-fi setting than what you'd see of your current military webbing, flak jacket, fatigues, so on kind of thing. Now, I would still change the head out. I would need to change the weapons in this case, and so on. But this model has an energy shield. And my brain went to whether or not... I can't... So that's the clear plastic bit that is molded for the shield. And then you paint these ridges to turn it into this blackened thing. And this piece here is the part of the shield that you'd hold on to. Now, in this style, my brain goes, okay, if there's a specific shape of sprue kind of thing that I could shave down, and integrate into making some kind of a shield lattice. So, like, for example, let's pretend this spot here. Shave these pieces, the arms, down so that it's the right length, and use the centerpiece as the spot that, you know, the shield would hold on to. I'm not saying it's a bad idea, but at that point it's like, okay, I would need clear acetate to make the shield facets, which I could do. I technically could do that, because GW has this weird thing of scratch built is arguable that it's considered okay. But 3D printing, no. That's largely a no-no. So my brain goes, okay, we have this shield. Alternatively, and if Mini Compare was working properly for me, I can't trust to load it up. It doesn't seem to want to work well most of the times. There was at least a week long there where it just flatly was not functioning for me. But so I have this combat patrol. This is the one I showed off last week. These are all like 1.5-inch troopers. There's tank stuff on this. I don't know on if I'm going to have any extra tank bits. But the problem is if I have, let's say, 2 pieces of this tank that would work, that means I need like another 7 of these tanks in order to build the shields. Now, this is a new kit that just came out. It's related to the Baneblade. It is an upgrade kit for the Baneblade. And on one hand, buying this validates GW separating this from the Baneblade. This used to be part of the Baneblade's kit. But it's now needed if you want to add the extra sponsons, or if you need to build one of the variants and stuff. I can't see that overly too well anyway. Ah, damn it. Any of the extra bits that are potentially available, I should be able to find someone that would have the extra bits. Like, for example, these heavy weapon squads. So that's an auto gun, that's a las gun, or auto cannon, las cannon, and heavy bolter. Now, nothing there is going to help me. Moving on. The Armored Sentinel, nothing there is going to help me. The Lehman Russ battle tank, I mean, if there's anything here that could potentially help me, Lehman Russes are maggoty, let's call them. Like, you will rarely find an Imperial Guard player that doesn't have like 12 of these. But looking at the sprue, doesn't look like there's a whole lot. Actually, that sprue looks like it's potentially the same damn sprue. No, okay. It is different. The field ordnance batteries, I have a few of those. That's the tank I was referencing up top earlier. These are the scions I don't like. You know, the funny thing is, these shields are kind of like makeshift blast doors, more or less. And the humor in it is, for example, if I were to get Land Raider doors from people who have Land Raiders and they have the extra screws. But then I'm just slapping a door on the model and calling it a shield. It doesn't fit the same vibe. Do I have a mini compare open? I do. I'll open this up on screen here in a second. 30k, 40k doesn't matter. Custodes, they have shields. Outside of that, let's go Age of Sigmar. Stormcast. So, you know, the shields are not bad shaped for that. Mini compare. So this is the model that I'm modifying. That size shield or this size shield wouldn't exactly not work. Now the thing is the iconography on this one isn't going to work. The iconography on this one would work. But that's assuming there's any extra shields for any Custodes players. Are there any other shields in Stormcast? Shield that guy has, but that looks like he's potentially a unique character. Okay, so we got the Liberator shields. Let's go with you and you. I could potentially grind the shield down as well and figuratively or otherwise do like a freehand thing on it. So I don't feel that one would have worked. And I kind of feel this one is too small. We're just looking at the shield, in case people are not sure. I mean, it could probably be argued that this shield would be too damn small, too. But if I were to get this one, for example, fill in the words, because I don't know what that says, but it's probably something to Sigmar. The emblem in the middle would have to be gone. Shift that back to capturing... So, shop, 40k, Imperium, Custodes. I think it was these guys. He's a shield captain, but I don't see a shield. Custodian wardens. Let's see if I could see real quick. If I go back over here. What are you? Custodian guard. These guys. Guardian Spear or Sentinel Blade and Presidium Shield. So anybody who's building their Custodian Guard with the Guardian Spear would have Sentinel Blades and Presidium Shields. Looks like there's 5 shields. Box builds 5 guys. Five Custodian Guard. You know, that shield might not be bad, but it doesn't fix my grenade launcher problem. I wish there was more of a shoot-through blast shield. I know that they exist in 30k for boarding shields. Horus Heresy. Let's go Loyalists. It's just easier to select Ultramarines because anything that exists. Right there, the Breacher Shields. And... $30K. Ultramarines. I guess that doesn't count. Astartes. There's a Breacher. I feel that shield would be too small. The one on the far right to the model on the far left. It's like the Custodes shield is borderline a kite shield. We're not even talking a tower shield at that point. I am due for a break. Wait, let me... No, I want... Damn it. Let's get you back up there. So I can then... swap to that. And see, GW used to have an other game that would probably work well in this case. It was known as Inquisitor. And the Adeptus Astartes, no, not Astartes, Arbites. The Arbites character. Severina? No, Severina and Sevora was the assassins. I forget. But they were at 54mm scale, where, depending on who you ask, Warhammer's at either a 28 or a 35mm scale. trying to think on if there's any bit that would work. Now, I know some people are building their gladiators and impulsors and whatnot as tracked vehicles, meaning their grav plates would technically be available. That's a lot of digging, though, to try and find, 14 impulsors worth of bits. And I don't think a standard Space Marine Primaris Storm Shield would work. No, that feels too small. Even if I were to use the new Space Marine Relic Shield. Or easier so that people don't have to try and spy through. It's like that shield wouldn't exactly count as a shield. And it's like, alternatively, if I had a bit for the grenade launcher, I can glue these pieces together here. Have it as a shield like that. And then it, on the arm, with the grenade launcher kind of shooting out through there, kind of thing, you know? And that's us going back to these shield pieces. But I have nothing that would work as a grenade launcher if I were to do that. This doesn't fit through, nor does it hide. So it's like the entire plasma gun would have to be changed. And it's like if I were to change this and turn this into a grenade launcher somehow, then I'd need a different Ripper gun. Dreadnought weapons won't work because most players are magnetizing their dreadnoughts. Tank weapons generally won't work Because again, people are generally magnetizing their tank stuff. Yeah, I don't think that would work at all. Moving on, before I sit there too long. And I could technically do some kind of a, you know, a shoulder mounted weapon instead of it being on the arm. But one, I'd need an offhand fist for the Ripper gun variant. And two, I'd still need the weapons for the shoulders. I'm looking at the Space Marines because they have like a rocket pod Space Marine model. I forget what they're called. Here. Now, according to what people say, so you've got two different sets here. You have this style, and you've got the box. And I don't know which one's more important, but this might be arguable as a grenade launcher. Not sure how, but it would be bits, you know? And that looks to be them up here. So it makes 5 Desolation Marines. And it looks like the tank-busting super crack rockets feature the underslung Castellan launcher. So that looks to be this, and this seems to be the Castellan launcher. Of course, I suppose arguably then I have the problem of the belt feed that I need to figure out a way to deal with. I'm going to take a break here in a moment because, like I said, I am overdue for the break. I don't know. Like, if anybody has any bits, ideas on stuff that could work, that would be potentially in high enough of a supply, or you know, buy a box and I have the the bits that I need, kind of thing. Like, I'm not opposed to buying a kit for the bits I need if needed, as long as it does, you know, potentially the 14 models, or 10 of the 14 even, because then I might be able to source the other 4. Anyway, I'll be back. Alrighty. So I had a thought. Let's set those aside for a second. Let's go back over to the window capture. Because I had a thought. Oh, I gotta turn that back on. Let's see here. Shop. 40K. Imperium. Custodes. Now, we were looking at the Custodian Guard, because the Custodian Guard, no, that's the Sentinel Sodality Custodian, which ones were they? Not the Shield Captain or Shield Wardens. These. We were looking at these. This, I believe, is your basic Custodes. And you have to choose a Guardian Spear or the Sentinel Blade and the Presidium Shield. Okay. I am needing a Ripper Gun and or a Grenade Launcher and Shield. Now, this shield, like we've said, should work for Imperial Guard, Astra Militarum just the same. It doesn't specifically scream Custodes, because the Aquila is an Imperial symbol. I'm wondering if I could take a spear, one of the one-handed spears, and I got no specific bit to compare it on, but this gun we were looking at doing for the Ripper Gun. If we take this piece here, which is the underside of this, if we use that as an elbow to go onto the spear, like so.
Probably have a spear over there.
Not one of the Custodes. Worry about your lunch. So, if we do something like that, and attach it right here,
Did she not use the red onion?
I believe the red onion was sweated and cooked. That would potentially work for this, and then this would be the Ripper Gun, you know, with the spear. The question is then, how would I tie that same vibe into the grenade launcher? Because I would need something that would give the same flair.
Are you trying to make them into custodes, or are
No.
you just looking at custodes for...
Custodes bits are going to be the closest in scale to this model.
Okay. Because I missed the entire beginning of this whole thing.
Not pulled up on screen, but this is a custody.
That's the praetor, isn't it?
No, that's a custodian guard.
Ah, okay.
So the shield is what I'm contemplating here. And then it had me thinking, okay, wait a second. Could I do something like it? Actually, that gun looks like it, or that sword looks like it has a gun attached to it.
It does look like that. Look.
Anyway, the thought is between using Stormcast Annihilator shields, or it's not bad, but I'd have to grind off the face on it. I'd probably have to putty over the words and so on. But the Custodes would have very little work that I'd need to do with it.
That looks like it's that weapon. Looks like the one he was
No,
holding.
it's this one.
Is it?
Yes.
I mean, that still looks like it has a...
It does look like it still has a bolter attached to it.
Which is weird, the way he's holding it.
In which case, if that's the case, the power weapon and shield...
They're all also guns.
Oh no, I know the halberds. I know the spears have guns. Yo, that's messed up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sprues to make 5 guys.
How? Is this the fucking upgrade sprue bullshit from the fucking Blood Angels all over again?
I mean, technically, I don't know if these two count as sprues. Considering that.
Go to the other two?
It's like...
It looks like those go together.
It looks like here's your commander.
Like they normally would.
But it's like, you get 5 shields. You, according to the labeling here... Oh, sorry, this is the combat patrol. The custodian guard come with enough to build either 5 with the guardian spear or 5 with whatever the hell the sword is called and shield.
I think it's just called a custodian blade.
I don't remember.
Guardian spear, sentinel blade, and Presidium shield is what they use.
So it's like, if I do that idea of some kind of something to use as like the pivot point on the elbow, and then attach the one-handed spear, the one-handed sword. Unfortunately, I'd still need to do something with the shield, like the shield would have to be magnetized or something.
And then they make A at the store lose his shit again. That seems to be a rare.
That's the thing. I'd have to actually probably poke at him for the bits.
Here's your shield back. Do you need a hand?
Oh, you mean that way of losing the shit? Because it's like, if I take down that on the front, come on.
You know, they're coming out with a new camera that evidently has a faster refresh rate.
You know, I wouldn't have this problem if I were to set up a secondary camera, just permanently, like just a corner camera on the screen, that it's like, oh look, stick you in the box. Here's the close-up.
I don't know why I just looked at your screen expecting it to be up there. There we go.
So that eagle on the chest is the Aquila. And that eagle show me the one with the shield. There we go. So it's like that eagle, that shield. It's essentially the same detail. It's the same thing that would work in that sense.
This is the pre-flavored pork chops that we got at.
Yeah.
The Greek, the salad
Slovakia.
dressing.
Oh, the
The salad dressing kind of overpowers it.
Okay, so I need to think here, because obviously I could do nothing with it now because I don't have the bits. But if I were to magnetize the shield somehow, it would have to go onto the power fist. Which means that I'd have to find a way to then re-separate this. Because
There's a piece of fur in that bag. Right there.
okay. This is the front of the fist. Oh, you tried to focus.
It's trying. It's going the opposite way, though.
And I'm not seeing the other half right now. It doesn't matter. Stick a magnet behind it. What?
I'm just looking. I haven't actually looked at that stuff.
That's one Saturnine. All of the pieces there minus this.
So this was one. This is another one.
Yeah. Why they didn't do it this way, I have no idea.
GW logic?
Well, the thing is, if they did it this way,
this way?
if they did it this way, they could sell them in boxes of one. But no, stick a magnet behind this fist.
Yeah.
No, that's part of the hand.
Oh, you're looking for the gauntlet.
So you get this piece here, 2 pieces to make the physical hand. Stop ADHDing. That might be the piece, yes. So, one fist is this, and 2 pieces like that. And they have the closed fist, and they've got the open fist.
But do they have the pointing fist?
You know, I actually tried that by taking the open hand fist part and put it with the fist part of the other one. It doesn't actually come together properly. Yeah, you can't actually do the pointy thing. I mean, you can convert it. You can make it work, but it doesn't come together naturally, and that actually is a disappointing thing. Of course, at that point, you'd have another hand doing this, which might actually then be a derogatory hand gesture. So they probably didn't want to inadvertently start doing that.
You know, I don't know if I'm necessarily looking forward to my sister's stuff. Or if I'm just, oh look, a shiny level brain right now.
That is a dangerous thing.
Because since you showed me Warhammer, there's been 2 different factions across the entirety of the Warhammer universe, not just 40k, not just AOS, blah. It's been Sisters in 40k, and the fucking,
Stormcast Eternals.
Stormcast Eternals in AOS. And it's like, the other day while I was still over at Cupid's, I had seen a video of someone kit bashing Stormcast Eternals into their sister's army.
The actual Stormcast would be too large, in my opinion.
Not like using the full models, but they were taking bits of the Stormcast and upgrading their sisters.
Depending on the bits... Kind of
like how I was looking for those wings.
Yeah, depending on the bits you use, it'll work fine.
But then watching them struggle to put together one of the Battle Sisters. Like, it sits in my brain going with my carpal tunnel plus my lack of patience shenanigans. I don't know if I'm looking forward to it because it's a shiny or what.
You want to talk about fidgety and patience and so on? Try holding that together while still having the space so that you can then super glue the parts where it's actually holding on to the plasma gun while making sure that the point up here stays intact and the 2 points down here stay intact, while it's also then staying in the direct middle of the gun on the top and bottom, while not then gluing your fingers together.
Why not?
Because it's not Nurgle nor corn, there's no blood for the blood god, and you don't need flesh hanging off the model.
Why not?
It's like, I don't know what I feel about the Custodes idea, because on one hand, I think it will actually work. On the other hand, is whether or not it would then start to look and feel like it's just a Custodes model. And it's funny saying that, considering you're doing a Saturnine with a Custodes weapon. Like, it does not look like a Custode. How many are there total? No. So it's like, there's all kinds of these little pegs and posts and spindle doodah things. This is the dreadnought, though. So that's not something that I'd have a ton of those bits available. But for example, I still need to figure out something to go on the bottom of these to give the vibe of thrusters. Because, like, these are fun. Those kind of resemble vents. But I'd need something down here to basically resemble thrusters. It could be argued that the holes on the feet are also thrusters, so in a roundabout way, maybe I wouldn't need it, but these would be kind of like stabilizers. I need this arm attached in order to put the other shoulder pad on. Probably move that backwards, so I'd need to get the plastic glue. And I'd need to glue that arm on. I am needing some Custodes bits to at least... I at least need the Custodes bit to dry fit and see if it would actually look right. I can't think of any way to do the shield except for to put it on the fist. Which means I'd need to find a way to separate this I honestly should know better. I'm not getting that thing separated. Not without damaging something. So, like, right here is the back of the fist piece. Come on, focus for me. Right here. I mean, you could sort of tell without it focused. There is a hole there. And then the fist piece. Showed it earlier. The fist piece then goes over the spot. So the hole is like right here on the model. So taking a small magnet and putting it in that spot and then clapping the back part of the gauntlet over it would give a magnetizing point. I gotta get up for the glue. I am not flopping off the stool and flipping the table in the process. It's like I don't think I have any bits handy. That would work. And the idea of the thruster thing. There's also the weird coil on the back, the upper back portion. I don't know if I want to keep. But I don't know what I'd do with it differently. The coil is right there. This piece right here. And because of how it goes together, like this is the coil. And those are the vents. And then that goes onto this piece. And then this piece is the top with this piece that goes across the back end of it there. I'm not sure if you can tell that. Like, this is the top piece. That's the box thing. This is where it connects. What? So it's like, I probably could just snip this piece off. But I would have a piece here that would then need to be filled in. It's probably just better off to keep it as the coil thing. I mean, one thing that could be done, I wonder how difficult it'd be to convert it. It's too bad it wasn't two separate pieces. Because if this was turned into like a cable spindle, it could be the maintenance cable or the cable to connect it to... crap, my magnifiers are down there. Cable to connect it to like the Valkyrie or something like that for the drop posturings. Why does that feel... No, that's about right. And then the shoulder pad would still have to go on top of that. In which case, I then need my magnifiers. More specifically, the magnifying lenses. And I need my tools. So let's set those parts all aside. Let's go with the idea that I'm going to see about trying to get Custodes bits and use those, which requires getting down to the shop and a guy I know to hopefully be there with bits.
Send them a message and go, hey, do you have
I sent him a message back when I first got the Saturnine stuff, asking on if he knew of anybody that might have needed 30k Marines. I don't even think he's seen the message.
Do you want me to message him? Because he responds to me. I don't know what it is.
Okay. Right around there kind of feels like it's the right fit. Okay. So that's as far as I can go on that model. I could technically start building another Saturnine and this time focus on doing it more correctly, because now I have a bit of an idea. Problem is without having the other bits to know for certain that it will work, then there's no guarantee it will work. So this one can probably be assembled simply as is, as a, let's call it Ogren, which if I do the Custody thing, I'd need, if I'm going with the idea of the spear would be the regular weapon, the Ripper. And then that's a question. Is the spear or the sword more appropriate to be labeled as a Ripper? A Ripper gun. Because, I mean, in one argument, I could just take the spear and cut the blade off it, and suddenly it's a grenade launcher. But why is a grenade launcher on a stick? Of course, for that argument, why is a gun on a stick? But, you know, whichever. And the Saturnine Praetor that I have here, which I will pull up what the Saturnine Praetor looks like for anybody who's not familiar with how it looks. Heresy, Loyalist. Saturnine Praetor. So this is what he'd normally look like. And people have all kinds of conversions for it. In my case, I would not be using the shoulders, but all the embellishments would still be there. So the guy's cloak and everything like that would still be there. You know, it's got a big old freaking eagle on the back. What looks to be purity seals, which would probably be then made up like purity seals. The issue that I'd have is the gauntlet looks like it has a weapon. Now, the thing is a lot of the other Saturnine, I could put a weapon on the gauntlet. If I go back over to the Saturnine sprue and hide that, this is a weapon to go on the gauntlet, for example. So there are weapons that go on the gauntlet either way, and I'm hoping that the Saturnine Praetor has the option to not have the gauntlet weapon. But what I'd be using the Praetor for is, I believe it's the Ogren Bodyguard. So I wouldn't need the Iron Halo. I don't think I could attach the Iron Halo unless I put the shoulder pads on. I might be able to find a way to include it. Oh, and I still have the image up for the Praetor. The Iron Halo here, just with the way it attaches, I think it tries to attach to the shoulder pads. And it's like the shoulder pads are amazing. But as we've established, I can't very well use them. But the decorative shin pads and stuff like that, those are all things that I could most certainly do. And there does appear to be some kind of a shoulder-mounted gun. Actually, that might be the wrist. Wait, why do you have a right-handed power fist? What am I missing? Oh yeah, you could go double-fisted. Okay. So that gun that I thought was a shoulder mount looks to actually be attached to the power fist. And there's a lot of conversions for this, including the axe head down and holding the axe vertically. And I'm sure you could do the same thing with the hammer as well. And if I remember correctly, the hammer would be a more appropriate weapon for the bodyguard, because the bodyguard, I believe, has a power maul. Do I have... No, you're not open. You don't have it open. No. Okay, so I don't have a page for it open. So I can't easily check to see if, see if it's a power maul or if it's a, some other different weapon. Where'd you go? There you are. I know I have it open on a different monitor. Command squads, shock troop. Character, Ogren bodyguard, brooch shield, huge knife, slab shield, bullgren maul, grenadier gauntlet, or the ripper gun. So the maul, 5 attack strength 7. See, technically the grenade launcher is part of the gauntlet. And the brute shield's better than the slab shield. The slab shield gives a +1 wound. And the Ogren has 6 wounds. So it's not exactly a weak character. The huge knife is technically better for combat, but the maul is... Why do people use the maul instead of the knife? What the heck? The maul has 5 attacks, strength 7, AP 1, 2 damage. Oh no, that's even worse. You can use the maul and the knife and lose the shield. So people don't use the knife because they want the shield. Okay, that makes more sense. So compare the gauntlet and the ripper gun. Can just check? I cannot check all three. So the Maul is 5 attack, strength 7, AP -1, and damage 2. The Gauntlet is D6 attack, strength 4, no AP, and 1 damage, but it's a blast. It's blast. But that would only count if it's shooting. Oh yeah, that's a ranged weapon. The Maul is not a ranged weapon. Okay. So, the Ogryn Bodyguard cannot shoot unless you equip it with either the Gauntlet or the Ripper Gun, in which case your melee profile is 4 attacks, strength 6, no AP, 1 damage. And the thing about the Ogryn Bodyguard, it has an ability called Loyal Protector. At the start of any declare battle formation step, this model must join one command squad. A command squad may not have more than one Loyal Protector. This model counts as part of the command squad for the rest of the battle, and its starting strength is increased accordingly. If it is not possible to join this to a command squad, it does not partake in the battle and counts as having been destroyed. It counts as 3 models when embarked into a transport. The model cannot be selected as your warlord and cannot be given enhancements. So, if I'm not mistaken, that counts as a support character. So I could include one of those with every command squad I have. I can have up to 3 command squads. So I can have up to 3 of the Praetor-style bodyguards. And I presently have 2. In actual fact, I think I have the math for these, where I can screw up 2 of them and still have enough for it. I wonder. Oh boy. If I can get this conversion nailed down, maybe I could try to trade off all the 30k that I have simply for another half of Saturnine. No, I'd have to do something more than that. That is so unbalanced. That is so heavily trading in somebody else's favor. Like that would be somebody going out and buying a Saturnine box just to trade. Of course, then there'd be an extra set of rulebooks because they wouldn't need 2 sets of rulebooks. I have to think about that. I need to put these bits away because I'm not needing them. The bodyguard would not need any of the custodian bits. So I could work on the bodyguard here. And now I'm getting into a thing where I'm just working on extra models and not doing any painting. I should pull out stuff for painting. I really should. I have a plan that puts me ahead of where I've been. I need to get in touch with somebody over custodian bits. I need... Gimme. You know, I should probably also, for the sake of argument, run this conversion by a local tournament operator. It shouldn't be a problem. And I'll show you why. Which requires me loading again. Mini compare. So, I'll put those away in a second, because I'll need to pull out models and stuff and paint and so on. But put away the 30k, open 40k, Astra Militarum. So, this is why people should not complain. This is why the argument of whether or not people would say I'm modeling for advantage would be the case or not. That blue line is the height of a Bullgren. This is the big boy. Hell, for the sake of argument, are you the bodyguard? No. Technically, you are the bodyguard. Okay. So, let's simply move that up. Okay, you could argue this. You can model him with his arm down. Don't give me that crap. So, modeling for advantage. Means that I measure spacing dang it, this one, let's go to the top of the line just so that nobody can argue I'm being okay, so we're gonna do it that way. .5 millimeters. 7.5, 7.6, 7. Basically, screw it. Let's just say 8 millimeters. We're talking the model that I'm looking at using is 8 millimeters taller. Oh, you gotta click it over here. 8 millimeters taller than the miniature that is official. Nobody's going to argue that I'm modeling for advantage. And actually, let me pull that back up. These are also significantly wider. They have the same size base. They both go on 50 mil, from what I understand. So any argument of modeling for advantage, unless they're trying to argue that, well, the bigger model can obviously see more, it's like, really, we're going to do this? considering line of sight is frequently drawn related to parts of the base and less actual true line of sight, which, not gonna lie, irritates me a little. Back in 5th, when I had stopped playing for a while, everything had started to feel like we were headed in a direction where things were full-on, proper, true line of sight. And I say this knowing that there are people in tournaments arguing, validly, historically, or not, there are people in tournaments arguing that you could shoot models between the tank treads. Now, I guess for those of you who are just kind of hanging out and stuff like that, here's a tank. Can you see my fingers through the tank treads? Sure. But you're going to try and argue that you could shoot this model on the other side of the tank, you know? By a technicality, rules-wise, yes, that's a thing. Does it make sense? No. Quit being a douche canoe. But the moment that they do it, it's free game for you to fire back, literally. Oh, don't grab onto that. Don't I have the models over here that I was painting? Damn it. Get off of that! The Saturnine magnet was grabbing the magnetic, or the top. The Saturnine magnet was grabbing the shelf above where the Saturnine was sitting. You are not the ones I was painting. There you are. Okay. You're heavier than I was expecting you to be. Okay, let's not overwhelm myself. Put the plasma back on. Let's take these 3. And a Tech Marine. If I can get those painted, those are 4 less models. I smell petrichor. It has started raining. That's a lot of leaf debris up there. I need a moment. I'm gonna mute the mic. I'm gonna meander away, put the bureau back up. What time is it anyway? Six. I will put the bureau back up. And I need to step away and check, you know, the whole rainy situation and things like that. And I may as well take a break early. I know that I had only recently taken a break, but then when I get back, I could be bringing water to the table and stuff like that for painting. And I gotta sneeze. And I'm gonna mute before I do. Well, I was thinking here that I still needed the paper towel, but evidently I was going to say evidently I don't, but the fan wants to get rid of it. I really don't want to paint the cables on that the way that I had started on. So I need red for that, which is the foundation red. And I have purity seals on there. There's still one guy that doesn't even have the purity seals. I guess highlighted would be the... no, it wouldn't be highlighted. I picked up new brushes, and they are not to be used with the metals. And I'll pick up more brushes and label them for metal if needed. At this rate, by the time I sit back down to do the painting, it might be too damn late anyway. Where are the other foundations? there's the foundation red. And I have Wraithbone over there, but I also had a Wraithbone here, I think. That's a Fenris Grey. That's Astronomicon. That's Skull White, but that is not a foundation. That's Teleran Flesh. I might actually have both of the Wraithbone there. Okay. Okay. Wraithbone and Wraithbone. Well, this one's the older one, obviously. Keep you over there, move you over here. Gimme. Okay. Oh, I needed the Astronomicon Gray anyway. Where are you? Where are you? No, no, that's not it. No, that's white. Must be this one. There we go. So I needed that anyway because I do the Astronomicon Gray on the parts that end up going green. Oh, I gotta... Where's the mouse? On the parts that end up going... Excuse me. Focus. Why are you not... There we go. So the parts that go green I end up doing with the Astronomicon Gray first. Which means that because the missile pods are done in green, then I need the Astronomicon Gray to go around some parts here. Now, let me take a quick look. These cables, I need to scrap that idea. That is way too much screwing around for my liking. I might end up doing some kind of a base color and just do that alone. Of course, I suppose technically that's what I did with the red. political. I need to pick up some more matte medium as well. Okay, which ones do I have? I think you're the one that will work the best for this. Okay, set you over there. It wouldn't be that I need. It's the Astronomicon Gray. How mixed are you? Oh, I got some congealing going on in there. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on that. Oh, I should look. Okay, the green goes all the way in around, the red goes over the top of it. I spilled some oh, I'm doing this wrong, aren't I? Oh, no, never mind, no, I'm not. I'm out of frame. I didn't notice that. Okay. Okay, deal with the back portion of that in a moment. Why am I so shaky today?
While I was out, I got a text from my client for the house sitting.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, hey, we just wanted to say thank you so much for fixing that spot on our counter. I'm like, what do you mean? What spot on your counter? She's like, we've had a stain right next to the sink for months. We haven't been able to get it out. I don't know what you did, but it's gone. I'm like, I wiped it with a Lysol wipe every day while I was using your counters. I don't know. Evidently, I also left their house cleaner than they left it for me.
Isn't that what they always tell you, though?
Yeah, I don't understand it. I stay to certain rooms, I leave things alone. I don't get it.
There's arguments to be made there, too, about the fact that you don't do that here.
But equally, I use stuff here.
I'm referencing the you don't leave it cleaner.
Differences
In fairness, that really shouldn't be a varied mark on that.
What was this about a tornado?
Oh.
Oh, evidently 1 in every 10 emergency physicians in Canada has decided to leave the healthcare system entirely in the last month. All because of how badly overrun the ERs are. And most of them are talking about how if there was actually, like, walk-in clinics nowadays,
I mean,
to take most of the bullshit and then leave the emergency room for the true emergencies.
I mean, I won't argue with that. Like, aside from the obvious argument of in any city, there's going to be situations where after hours walk-ins are going to be problematic, to say the least. There is at least a valid argument in favor of there being after hours walk-ins, yet alone standard walk-ins.
But no, these ones are like, last week alone I dealt with 200 cases of a splinter, 45 cases of my finger hurts, which turned out to be I pulled it wrong. Meanwhile, she dealt with 14 actual emergencies. That had to wait because she was dealing with Splinter McGee. Because even she was saying that it's so bad when an actual emergency comes in while you're in the middle of dealing with a patient. You're supposed to turn to the emergency.
Yep.
And then the person you were just working on who has a fucking generic splinter is all pissed off now. She's like, nobody has even the slightest understanding what most ER doctors deal with. Especially ones who are specialized in emergency medicine.
And it's like, don't get me wrong. If I'm out in the waiting room and, you know, an emergency comes in, and an emergency comes in, and an emergency comes in, and you get the point. It's like, yeah, I'm going to be pissed off that I'm still waiting.
But at the same time, you're going to understand the fact that emergencies come first.
However, anybody who comes in via ambulance is technically going to take precedence over anything else, regardless on if they're emergency or not.
Unless they were smart in the way that Yale, New Haven did it. I think within the last 5 years they've changed this. Even emergency, like, ER entries via ambulance, go to triage. If the triage nurse says, okay, sit here, we'll check you in a half hour and see if anything has changed, then you go into the generic pool. If the triage nurse looks at you and goes, there's a fucking gunshot wound to your shoulder, you get pushed into the ER.
But see, here's a counter argument. Okay, you've got a gunshot wound to your shoulder. There's somebody out there thinking they're having a heart attack waiting in the waiting room and have waited there for 3 hours.
That's the thing. Most... I want to say competent, but competency nowadays is very few and far between. But most truly competent triage nurses will know every single symptom of things that really should be pushed back into the ER. Take the shit downtown at the fucking adult ER downtown. I have heard stories of people going in with active heart attack symptoms,
Mm-hmm.
and the triage nurse goes, "Oh, you're not critical."
Yep.
I'm sorry, I'm not a fucking ER tech. I'm not a fucking triage nurse. I'm not an ER doctor, and I know that those should be fucking pushed back.
We have actively, in the last 5 years, so post-COVID, we have actively had multiple situations of people dying in the ER waiting room.
You want to know what hospitals haven't? Yale. And it's not because of the fact that, oh, it's Yale. No, Yale has its downfalls. Take Smilo, for example.
You're
They're
also
one of its fucking downfalls.
You're also comparing apples and oranges, though, because of the fact you're comparing a privatized healthcare system where, no offense intended, whomever can pay more gets in faster.
Yale doesn't do it that way.
I'm saying that there's always going to be...
There's always going to be anomalies, yes.
Yeah.
But the reason I called out Yale specifically is because I know Yale, while they are the big dog in Connecticut, they look at each individual person as what are your symptoms, not what does your wallet look like.
But anyway, the difference then, you compare that to Nova Scotia healthcare, and that's actually the worst part. You compare it to Nova Scotia's healthcare,
Where did that hair come from?
and what do you get? You get a system that has been attempted to be spun into privatization. I don't care what anybody wants to say. That's exactly what's been going on. And it is against the health code for there to be a privatized healthcare. It's actually come out recently of people studying through the health code, and anything that is full-on privatized is actually against Canadian code.
Interesting.
But you have these healthcare systems that are basically built on the idea of, let's treat the symptom and not the actual cause. Because it makes more money.
To keep a person suffering.
Yep. And that has now fallen over into the ER because of the fact that we don't have walk-in clinics and shit like that largely at all anymore.
Like, I was looking for a walk-in clinic earlier this morning. And by searching walk-in clinic, I found every single family practice. And out of, I think there were 60 different family practices, i.e. general practitioner, 3 of them were actually labeled as walk-in clinic. Most of the other ones said not a walk-in clinic in the title.
And on top of that, you have walk-in clinics that do exist in the city that are periodically closed throughout the week with seemingly no reason to it. Now, obviously, I know, as do people who are most likely working these clinics, there's a good reason as to why they're closed. They don't have the staff. And why do they not have the staff? Because everybody is getting overworked because of how much these clinics are in demand. Why? Because nobody wants to go to the ER because of the fact of nobody wants to stand around or sit around, if you're lucky, for literal hours. And it's like, you go in, you've got a stomach ache. You have a fairly good knowledge that, it's not appendicitis, it's not whatever, it's probably viral, blah, blah, blah. But it's been ongoing for, 2 and 3 days, and therefore, medically speaking, it is encouraged for you to get stuff of that caliber checked out. So you go in. And because of the fact that it's not obviously appendicitis, or, a heart attack, or, I swallowed a fucking Rubik's Cube and therefore my intestine is exploding, then it's largely just constantly pushed back. You are not a priority case, and I'm not saying, a basic tummy ache is a priority. That's not what I'm getting at. But once you're there then for 12 hours, 14 hours, 16 hours, you're supposed to be wearing a mask in the waiting room now, thanks to COVID. Thanks to the fact that people couldn't take that shit seriously. So you're sitting there 12, 14, 16 hours wearing a mask. You haven't eaten. You probably haven't gone to the bathroom because of the fact you're worried that you go to the bathroom and you're going to miss your call. You haven't drank anything because it's a waiting room. You're supposed to be wearing a mask. You know, how the hell are you supposed to then drink anything? So at this point, you are tired, you're hungry, you're dehydrated, and you're still being overlooked. So what happens? You walk out. What happens a couple of days later? It actually was appendicitis. And now you're rushed in for life-saving surgery. And they fail. It's like the idea that is, and from what I've understood, it's only certain provinces that actually have this problem. Nova Scotia is one of them. Another one is Alberta, because Alberta actually tried to privatize their healthcare. And it is primarily the provinces that have the people in charge that are focused more on money than the people that voted them in. I'm not going to name any party lines or anything like that. Anybody who knows Canadian politics, hell, anybody who knows American politics and the crossover on how it sits with Canadian politics knows exactly the parties I'm referring to. And that's not me saying that the other parties are not a problem. But the other parties actively won't let you die in the waiting room, even if it means that you end up getting into one of the triage rooms and then you die. You're not dying in the waiting room. And it's like, you then think about the morality to it. And what I mean by that is it ethical to have people die in the waiting room? No. You have somebody in there with an upset stomach and whatnot, and they've just waited 14 hours. They end up on the floor. They end up dead. Pronounced dead right in front of everybody. You have 3 or 4 other people there, one of which is a kid, all in there for similar symptoms that showed up, 4 hours ago, 5 hours ago. The hell do you think they're going to be thinking at that point?
There was an episode of ER that was exactly that.
I wouldn't know.
They're fucking... I think it was in one of the middle seasons of the show. It was the fucking waiting room was packed. Triage was doing as best as she could because she was the only one doing triage.
Mm-hmm.
And someone comes over and goes, "I don't think that girl's doing well." And she looks, and the girl's laying on across the bench seats. And she gets up and she goes and checks on her, and she finds no pulse. This girl has been pulseless for an unknown amount of time because there was way too many fucking people and not enough fucking nurses.
Yep.
Granted, from my memory, they managed to get her back, but she sued the hospital. Which, granted, was very American, but besides the point.
The thing is suing the hospital in Canada doesn't get you very far. It's like, at that point, every single bit of proving blame is entirely on the individual who is then doing the suing, and the hospital has to do very little to show that they are in any way not at fault.
Yeah. How's your new brushes? Are they nice?
I mean, I just used one of them.
Oh, that was the first time you used it?
Yes.
Oh. Also, in other news, people are complaining on Reddit.
And that's where the story ends.
Specifically about the NSLC. And
is this about not putting the non-alcohol...
Yeah.
Okay.
The one fucking thing that is legal to drink in public.
Except for the fact that the label is still going to look like it's actual beer, and you're going to have cops then coming up to you and, potentially trying to... Like, anybody who is drinking de-alcoholized products in public, plainly in public, is just asking for trouble. Yes, it's legal. You're asking for trouble. You're inviting the trouble.
Nova Scotia, we gotta discuss things. Nova Scotia woman calls 911 to report an erratic driver. And then a Mountie calls her from inside her home.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what the whole story is, but I read the comments on that one.
Supposedly, according to the RCMP, they went to her home not because of the erratic driver, but because her call dropped.
Yeah, but it's standard practice to send an officer out. And
but how the fuck did you get in her home?
I mean, debatably, there'd be some argument of authorized entrance.
Nova Scotia woman says she regrets calling the RCMP to report an erratic driver after a confusing ordeal resulted in an officer going inside her home without her knowledge.
Yeah.
She was driving from Antigonish to Port Hawkesbury to celebrate Father's Day with her parents when she noticed a vehicle ahead of her swerving on the road, slowing down, speeding up again, and continuing.
Supposedly, according to what officials are saying, is that the call dropped, and that's the validation.
She called 911. At the end of the call, the dispatcher told her to call back if she or the erratic driver got off the highway. She called back less than 10 minutes later before she took an exit and told the dispatcher the erratic driver was continuing in the direction of Cape Breton. The matter was no longer her problem. And then she received a call from an RCMP officer while she was out to lunch with her parents. Quote, "Hey, so there's been a miscommunication and we were inside your house."
Yeah.
She was out to food with her parents. Her partner was at work at the time, evidently never locked their back door, which is how the officer got inside. My whole thing is, I don't give a fuck if the back door wasn't locked. Why the fuck did he enter your home?
Because again, like I said, according to some of the stuff I read on it, supposedly the call dropped, which then authorizes the cop to, if necessary, enter the home because the address is...
Everything I know, and this is coming from Milford, Connecticut, the fact that Dave worked in the police department for a while. I have connections to the police department through various friends and family members. The dispatcher is to call back if the call drops. If they then cannot get a hold of you when the call drops and they call back, then they send a officer to the last location your phone pinged. So why the fuck did they go to her house? Which was supposedly, like, the opposite direction that she was.
And I get that, and I'm not defending the cops, and frankly, that's probably one of the few things that I would do, because over the years, I have gradually earned a lower respect for the cops, and that's primarily due to interactions with cops. And it's like, people will argue, oh, well, blah, 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 you know, if you're not doing anything wrong, bullshit. Some cops don't care.
According to this, the staff sergeant in charge of the detachment in Antigonish, which sent the officer to her home, says the reason that the officer was sent to her home was because of a completely different fucking call. Not on that day either.
Uh-huh.
It's like, if they were two separate matters, and the fucking dropped call happened days before, why the fuck are you only now getting to sending an officer out?
Yeah.
If a person called, had their fucking phone disconnected by, a violent person, and you got to it 2 days later, they could either be, tied up in the back of someone's fucking car, halfway to fucking Vancouver by now.
Not literally, but yes.
Or dead.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, also, you go to someone's house, no cars in the driveway, all the lights are off, you knock, get no answer, knock again, no answer. Either you fucked up already, or there's nobody home. In the event that you go around the back, which, granted, officers, they have to check every fucking side of the house for stuff that could be suspicious of a house that they don't know. And finds the back door open, not unlocked, open. Then
now,
yes, you would enter the home to investigate.
There is an argument in opposition on that. If the officer checked the door and the door was unlocked, in fairness, you do not actually know whether or not a mischievous individual didn't simply close the door to discourage people than, knowing that somebody was in there. There are arguments there, and this is not me defending the cop. This is me defending logic. But the problem with logic is that logic can be used to argue and defend just about any situation, including heinous acts. You can logic your way straight into 1940s Germany.
Please tell me this is the same guy.
Don't forget you still have stuff that you need to be doing. I get that you're taking a break. I'm just saying don't forget.
Halifax Fire News. There's a new non-Twitter based version of it.
Okay.
Called Halifax Fire Alerts. Ever since his family was evacuated during the 2023 wildfire in Hammond's Plains,
I don't think that's the same person, then.
this person has seen a pressing need for a reliable, centralized source of emergency information. Last week, the software developer launched Halifax Fire Alerts, a free platform designed to gather emergency data all in one place. The application pulls available data from Nova Scotia and Halifax regional municipality agencies to provide the public with a single hub during crises. Not trying to replace 911, what I'm trying to do is get as much information to the users as possible in one spot. It includes real-time dispatch alerts, police bulletins, and province-wide burn restrictions right on the site. Holy shit. Every single call.
I mean, that's cute.
Motor vehicle collision.
Wait, I don't want you to do that yet. I need the teal put on those.
HRFE, the province of Nova Scotia, RCMP, and HRP.
Okay.
So Halifax specific police fire emergency.
Okay.
The RCMP and the province of Nova Scotia.
Okay.
It's all on here. Speaking of, wasn't there another fucking fire somewhere around here? The wildfire dashboard. Okay, wait, where the fuck are we? Got it. We're down here. What is it? Serious? When?
Wait a second. That's a piece I need to clip off. Damn it.
I'm actually kind of impressed with that point. There is one active wildfire in the province. We have had 105 of them to date. What's the piece you're gonna have to clip off?
Well, I thought that it was actually part of a purity seal. But
that weird thing on
right here.
Yeah.
I had painted it with the thought that it was a purity seal, but there's no seal underneath it anywhere.
Oh, that's weird.
Hmm? Mm-hmm.
What's something people buy for their cats that honestly is a waste of money? I mean, yeah. Toys, cat beds.
I mean, cat beds are fairly wasteful. Most cats will never use them.
This person, honestly, anything but a box. Toys, because my cat loves to play with crumpled receipts. I'm sorry, I love how this person just goes clothes. Kit Kat would be very angry. She loves dressing up.
Okay.
I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Looks like it's similar to this, only that has stuff under it.
That looks like it's a fucking blister.
I mean, technically, that's exactly what would happen if it's starting to fill, too. You'll need to give me a moment. don't think that is doing as much as I was wanting it to. So I'm gonna skip on that little bit. One moment. Alright. See, I thought about doing the gun holster and whatnot and dealing with that in browns, but I don't know if I want to do that. For that matter, I need to find a brown hell? Oh, for frick's sakes. Always when I'm ready to sit down. Of course, I suppose that's only partially true, because I still need to dig for the brown paint. Brown leather. There was a different brown, a darker one. Is that it? Oak. Yes, that's the one. Because if I go with the darker one, then I'd have the light one to highlight up to, and there's still a wash involved on this too for the black models, or rather to make them look like black models. As far as I'm aware, it's only the few pouches on this model. I don't know if that's supposed to be a pistol or not. Why does this feel like it's in a wrong spot today? The camera, I mean. Ah, crap. Oh, you can notice that on camera. I wasn't sure on how well that would be seen, because it is a fairly dark brown. You could actually seem to see it on camera better than you could see it on the model. But there's no pouches on these. I mean, I didn't get much progress, but I got progress. That's the important part about painting. About painting the models. Getting progress on them means that you have less to do. And it doesn't matter on how little progress or on how much progress you do. Every little bit of progress that you get means that you have less that you need to do on them, and therefore you're closer to being finished. Alright, so it looks like it's basically around that time. And people have been quiet today, so I don't feel too bad about ending a couple minutes early. Though that said, it's not like I'm really ending a couple minutes early, because by the time I actually wrap up, I really need to try and get those Custodes bits so I can work on that. And I need to figure out a good method of connecting the bit here. The easiest argument is to probably strip apart the Ripper gun or the plasma gun or them both for the general elbow harness area spot thing. I have to look at it in more detail to see if there's a good way to strip it down to its base portions and actually make a good use of the weapon piece. Now, like I had said, I have the other brown. I could put the other brown on it. I'm not terribly worried about it right now because I still need to wash the models. Right now, as much as it might not be noticed, these are actually gray. And these are Deathwatch, so they need to be black armor. And I have a black wash that I've been putting on all of my Deathwatch. And hopefully side by side you'll actually be able to tell the color difference. Mostly. Probably notice it more if they were actually focused. And I don't mind the gloss-ish coat from the wash because it's a hard surface. So what I've gotten into the habit of doing is painting these as much as I can as is. Then when I wash them, it basically goes into all the cracks, fills it all in, and then I just pick out the highlights. And it's made things significantly faster to do for the Deathwatch, where it's black armor. I don't know how I'm going to end up doing something like that for the Acadians when I start them. I definitely need to figure out how I'm going to do that. And I kind of want to do a specific command squad that is done in the ghost goo. And what I mean by that is... Oh. You can find tutorials for it online. I forget the name of the YouTuber that put me onto this. But if you are familiar with the YouTuber Kachow, you will know instantly who I'm talking about. But this, it's a non-fluorescent paint. It's a speed paint, so it's similar to a wash. And I'm of the mind that I kind of want to do a Acadian command squad in the wash like that. Hell, maybe even doing one of the units in the troops like that. And the reason for it is because Acadia fell. And lore-wise, so did a lot of Acadian troops. I'm swapping mics, one moment. So, a lot of Cadians, well, didn't survive the 13th Black Crusade. And I kind of have the thought, like I have, it's one of the characters. It's not, Sarkar Creed. It's, I think it's Sergeant Kells. And there has been labeled confirmation that, Kells did not survive, the assault on Cadia. Now, there hasn't been direct confirmation from what I understand. I might be wrong. I haven't read the book, you know, don't at me. But I heard that Trazen scooped up Sarkar Creed before Abaddon could get him. Abaddon? I think so. So, before Sarkar died, he was scooped up. So he's technically alive. That's my understanding. But I still need to get Sarkar Creed's metal model. I still want one. Maybe I should put that on the list of things I'm looking for on, like, mini swap and stuff. Speaking of, the guy who asked about the terrain has not responded. Doesn't look like he saw the message, so okay, that's less concerning. But we got nowhere to send you. Peoples are not live. I was actually expecting... Actually, we do have one. We do have one. I haven't sent you guys over there yet. I need to open the stream. That's muted, that's muted. Okay, so I can do it this way. Add. Okay. Do I have that spelled right? That looks right. Yes, I'm sure I want to send that. Okay, so we are going to raid DK Diamantes. DK is, as I know him, DK is a Warhammer lore podcaster. Does a couple of different podcasts or miscellaneous videos, Bricky and a few others. Shy, Possum. I think I got the names. Is that it? Possibly. Possumly. So DK is currently doing Splatoon Raiders. I think that's a PS2 version of Splatoon. I don't honestly know. Just a fair warning, DK is very high energy. You do not need to worry too much about your language. From what I can tell, DK fires off some colorful language as well. So we are going to raid DK. This is the first time we've ever raided DK. Obviously, let them know who sent you over. It is, of course, myself, Blessed Eternal, and therefore it is a blessed raid. I'm probably going to be the only one posting that, but that's completely fine. That is going to be it for me here tonight. Next time you should see me live should be Wednesday. That's the current plan. I might do more librarian on Wednesday. Depends on if I can get Minecraft sorted by then. There's also... there was something else. I want to get Wobbly Life resorted for it, but no, there was something else. Something else. Where the hell is it? I don't see it. I don't know. There was something else that I was trying to get all set up and whatnot for streamy thingies and stuff too. But like I said, I'm not seeing it now, so I can't, you know, give you a name. No, I finished that one. Shit. I don't remember. So, that is going to be it for me here tonight. Thank you guys so much for watching. And until next time, as always, have a good one.